Says we're live. All right, looks like we got sound going on, so everybody should be able to hear me, whether they watch me now or later. So, all right. Yeah, I'm bored. I just figured, try to get a live stream thing going. I'm trying to get into a little bit more. Now we got some different equipment, like, this mic and everything, which, so, well, yeah. Yeah, just thinking of what to do for a theme, and I thought I'd just pick out all my movies that I have that come with the soundtracks. They're a cool little bonus feature. My favorite bonus features to get in like a DVD or a Blu-ray is either the source material or the soundtracks. Those are the best. Commentaries, behind the scenes, who needs them? Soundtracks, yeah. A nice big thick book, give me that. So yeah. So I got a little stack that I've accumulated over the year. Well, last year, a couple of years. First starting with, I can't remember which was the first one I ended up getting with the soundtrack. It's not important. So, all right. No particular order. I just got them all in a stack. Kind of see them right here. I'll try moving it. There, that's good. Now, is there anything else I'm forgetting? I'm pretty sure I've got everything. So, all right. Yeah. Let's start with a little media book. This is my second German import, so it comes with this nice little booklet area. Oops, demonetized. Although I'm not even monetized, so it doesn't really matter much. And I can't read a thing. It's all in German. But it came with the soundtrack, and that was one of the main reasons why I picked this set. There's a 4-disc set. This is the 3-disc one. And this film seems to be getting re-released a lot with different versions. Like, I think there's like maybe an 88 film version or something. I don't remember. But there's the disc right there. Now, thinking about the soundtrack, I mean, some people really seem to enjoy it, but I don't know, it didn't really do much for me. But it is what it is. I mean, it helps the film. But most people aren't going into this film, for the music. They're going in for the weird visuals and, the fact that this, is a Section 3 video nasty. But for the longest time, people always associated it with an actual video nasty, along with Shogun Assassin, which is also Section 3. This film's most known for the birthing scene. So, yeah, and the soundtrack isn't as good as I was hoping, but yeah, could be worse. I'm pretty sure. I know so. So, all right. Zombie 2. Now, this is a great one. Let's take a look at this one, shall we? I bought this movie a total of 3 times. Once on DVD, from a Shriek Show, when Media Blasters actually did stuff other than anime, which seems to be all they're doing right now. Their Tokyo Shock seems to be like the only input that exists now. Everything else, nope. So no more Shriek Show, which is a shame. This is a 3D lenticular, but I don't know. I can't really tell from here, obviously, since you're looking at it in 2 dimensions. And there's three different slipcovers you can get. You could get one with the classic cover. It's 3D lenticular, and then there's another one with the eye gouge scene, which I'm not sure if it's 3D or not, but it's one of the motions ones, so it's a splinter before the eye and after the eye. So I picked this one just because I think it's such a haunting image, in my opinion. It just sticks with you. At least that's how it was with me. So, yeah. All right. Let's dig deeper. Here's the book. Got all a bunch of essays and stuff, nice and thick, like a Criterion, Advertising for some comics based on, what's this? Oh, wait. Yeah, comics, and then comics for Zombie 2 and Maniac. Discs. And this is just what the original slipcover is. Usually when I get these, if there's alternate artwork, I always try to make it so it's different than what the slipcover is. Add a little bit of variety. So classic cover art. Cover art. And this soundtrack is pretty awesome. People love, especially the theme song. Oh, yeah. And we've got some Goblin. I love me some Goblin. Yeah, it's weird. They released this nice fat steelbook, and then like 3 months later they released the 4K version of Suspiria. It's like they're trying to really get you to double dip. So yeah, classic cover art for the slipcover. There's the back. Here's a nice steelbook. Book of essays. Book of essays. And the discs. That's the soundtrack. Wonderful soundtrack. It's hard to go wrong with Goblin, in my opinion. So let's stick that back in there. All right. And more Goblin. Buio Omega. Now, the soundtrack is a lot better than this film. The film's okay. It's not really my cup of tea. It's kind of one of those things that, it's just the shock and violence for the sake of it. It doesn't really add anything. So yeah, this is what the track listing is. I don't think they finished it. I don't think it's supposed to be like this, but this is the track listing. It's just Booyah Omega, Booyah Omega, and it looks like it's also in Italian. But yeah, I know they're not all named this. That'd be horrible name convention for any piece of art. There's the discs. Yeah, the main theme here. I love the main theme. Also, if I decide I don't want that, since, I don't know, it's not exactly a film that I can say I'm particularly fond of, I also have it on vinyl. So, this is the front of it. I'll show you the back. There's the front. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so some great music there. More Goblin and then some. So, this is a pretty cool set. We're referring to the soundtrack, which is not in here right now, I noticed, but it's a track listing. I wonder where I put it. I'll still be in a CD player. I'll have to hunt it down. Not right now. So, okay, and what makes this so cool is not only does it have the Goblin soundtrack, but this is like one of the most complete versions of this soundtrack, because there's more than Goblin in here. There's also like stuff by like Andy Sex Gang and Motorhead and whatnot. This has 3 tracks by Andy Sex Gang and a track by Simon Boswell. So this is like one of the most complete versions you can find, which is cool. This is bugging me. An idea where it is, but it's not here. I'm gonna have to hunt it down. Should be fine though, I think. I don't like that. Next, we have something that's not Goblin, but it's still a pretty cool soundtrack. Nice folkiness to it. There's a poster, and it's not here. It's hanging up in the bedroom right now, so that's where that is. So, nice thick booklet. Yeah, another video nasty. Lobby cards. Yeah, I do like the music out here. Can't I think of? David Hess, he's got some good musicianal skills apart from his acting. So, This is the Blu-ray, and the movie. And this is what I have. This is the side of the poster that I have hanging up on my wall. The actual, like a movie poster. And the road leads to somewhere. Now this CD has the soundtrack to both films in the set. Got it autographed. Pretty cool. As well as additional tunes not in the film. So here's the track list. Now, Axe is okay. I really liked Kidnapped Co-Ed. The music's alright. They're not bad for either. They kind of have a bit of a folky vibe, which seemed to really kind of be a thing in the 70s with some of these lower budget horror. You know, making the music not quite fit the film, it just kind of gives it a rather weird kind of feeling. I haven't seen the Bloody Brothers film yet, but Axe Kidnapped Co-Ed, which is really just true filmography. Bloody Brothers is just the two films combined to make a different narrative. So it'll be interesting to see how that turned out. Yeah, Kidnapped Co-Ed. I really like that film. It's just, I love how, so the two main characters are one, you know, kidnaps a chick, hold her for ransom, and the other one, and she like gets Stockholm syndrome, and they are the most sane characters in the film. They go along down their little journey, meeting these crazy people, and no one's normal. They're all really weird in one way or another. There's just a bunch of crazy characters. I love it. Absolutely love it. Soundtrack for this is Back at the Other Place. This glows in the dark, by the way. Yeah, the soundtrack in this comes with its own little sleeve, which I'll be showing you what I talk about when we get to Cannibal Holocaust. So the discs, and here it's filmography of Fulci, or at least a select. But it looks like it's pretty much all his film. I mean, we're only seeing half of it here. It's a long list. Starting in 1948. And ending in 1992. So he's made quite a bit of things, hasn't he? The Changeling. Now this is one of the last films I would ever expect Severin to put out. This really doesn't quite fit their normal films they do, you know. This really isn't very much of an exploitation film, which is what they generally have a tendency to do. Exploitation and some porn. Here we've got a film with George C. Scott. A true classic ghost story. That is allegedly True. 1980. Very slow. Very good. The soundtrack and the movie. I do like these black cases that Seven's been doing. They are pretty nice looking. And it works, especially when there's alternate artwork, because otherwise you open up the clear cases and you can see the artwork on the inside. It just kind of looks kind of ugly. But here, it doesn't matter because you can't see the other side, so I like that. Eaten Alive. There's some good stuff in here. This is a pretty cool soundtrack, I think. Better than the movie. Yeah, a lot of these films I generally wouldn't have much of a desire to have, but I'm working on, collecting all the video nasties. So this is a section 3. Pretty sure this is section 3. And the Toby Hooper being live was like, I think it was ultimately dropped off the list, but it did make it at one time, which is weird, considering that film was a lot less violent and, well, much less violent and less injuries to actual animals, which animal abuse was a big issue when it came to that kind of stuff. It's one of the main reasons. Or like the Cannibal Holocaust in the UK, if I recall, you still can't get the full version, like all the turtle stuff. You can't legally get it in the UK. Got it here though. Yeah. Got an autograph by the Queen of Cannibal Films herself. There's the discs. Yeah, Cannibal Films so far not really striking me as anything great. I thought more than I want, which kind of has tendency to happen. Same thing with like Nazi exploitations. I got more of those than I would ever want. But those are really censored. I mean, anything to do with Nazis, ooh, ban it. Something that some of those leftists could really get behind. Just, yeah. This I got specifically for the soundtrack. I've never seen the film. I've never heard the music. But I thought generally when Seven releases a set with the soundtrack, it usually means the music is pretty good. But I found the music in here to be as underwhelming as the rest of the movie itself. It's, not what I was hoping for. I mean, it sounds like this could be an awesome film. In the story, there'd be potential. It sounds like, I've only seen a trailer for it a while ago, but it sounds like it'd be a lot similar to Sonata, which I saw a trailer for like sometime last year. Very similar concept, so who knows, maybe that would be better. But I was hoping the soundtrack would be a bit more like when the band's playing the music, it just kind of sounds like generic 80s stuff. I was really hoping for something more like gothy, which would fit this, like Susie and Banshees, Dead Can Dance, or even like something like Cocktail Twins. That would have been awesome. I love that kind of music in here. But no, here's the discs. Track listing. 2019 catalog. So, very disappointing film. Usually, most of my blind buys I can enjoy somewhat, but this, I was hoping for so much more. Tenebrae. Almost, not technically not Goblin, but it might as well be. And it's as awesome as a Goblin as ever. But yeah, this I wasn't able to get when Snap still had it available, so I had to buy this afterwards. So I bought it like about $50 more than what it normally was. It was about $50. I paid about $100 for it. But I really needed that soundtrack because it was amazing. I think this was like my first real introduction to like a Goblin. I was like, oh, that music is fantastic. It was either this or Contamination. One of those two movies that introduced me to the awesomeness that is Goblin. So there's the booklets and the discs. Here we've got the two Joe D'Amato. The two Joe D'Amato video nasties. And I think, I don't think it's actually come out for this. I think it's Absurd. Yep. Absurd comes with the soundtrack, not the other one, just this one. So. And there's the alternate artwork. I don't exactly remember what the music was like in this film. I don't remember if I liked it or not. I'd have to give it a listen again. Now this I got from a friend. He got it. This one guy, he got it from eBay. There's this guy, he had like a few of these because this is another Media Blaster Shriek Show set. So obviously, this is out of print since anything Shriek Show is out of print. Anything Media Blasters practically, except for anime. So he got this for me. He bought like 5 of them each. They're like $6.66 each. So he picked up a few. He gave me one, but he is obsessed with Buckethead. He is like one of the premier collectors of Buckethead memorabilia, such as this. It's a cool little set. So a little graphic novel. It's a anthology, so there's several stories, including a short manga. So it's weird, you have to read it the European way, but then when you get to the very end, slam the book and reverse it, and then read it the Japanese way. So it can be kind of weird having to do a transition instead of just doing it straight one way all the way through. Still pretty cool nonetheless. Picked up media pack. So it comes with Flesh of the Beast and the pickup, which is really just a short film. It's not even a half hour. But 2 little films and the soundtrack. It was the last CD I listened to my record player. Yeah, he Buckethead, I mean, he's okay in my opinion, but I don't know. I just can't quite get into him. And to me, yes, his stuff can be complex, but sometimes it also just feels kind of sloppy as well. I think part of the reason is the man doesn't know when to quit. I feel like with as much stuff as he releases, like, don't you get some sort of creative block? Why won't you go in? There we go. I mean, the guy releases like 10 albums a month. It's nuts. Why do you torture yourself like that? Take a break, dude. I mean, I seriously suspect that some of the albums he releases, they're just his practice sessions that he records and calls it an album, because why not? I haven't seen the pickup yet. I've seen Flesh for the Beast. It was okay, I guess. I don't really remember a whole lot about it, but I've seen worse. It wasn't exactly my type of film. I've never seen this movie, so I have no idea if it's good, but it's another cannibal thing. So, and I know Eli Roth is kind of one of those people that does like violence for violence sake. Like, I've never seen Hostel or anything like that. Just doesn't really seem to be my cup of tea. But I figured, I'll check this out. Check out the soundtrack. It might be good. Maybe it'll be worth buying this. And the poster. Comes with a poster like this as well. Hanging in the other room. Pretty much all my horror related stuff is sitting in another room. Cannibal Holocaust. This is, when I was talking about Beyond, this is how the soundtrack comes with its own little thing like this. Great theme tune. Absolutely great theme tune. I love it. And Buckethead covered that as well. I don't know what other main themes he did. He did Pure Imagination from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, I know as well. I'm sure he did other things too. But yeah. Well, yeah, we got some tips here. I am not going to be making any money from this for a while anyway, so there you go. Hope that made you happy. Yeah, the alternate cover art. I think it's the same thing, except, yeah, it's the same thing, except this won't get me in trouble. I forgot the cover art was like that. And the next one, more tits. Sorry, YouTube. Oh, there's another viewer. Whoa. Oh, so glad. This is an amazing set. The music's pretty good too, but oh, I bought this on speculation. I'd never seen the film. Ah, hello, brother collector. I was wondering if you'd stop in. Oh, this is an amazing set. Yeah, I've never seen the film, but it came with the soundtrack and everything, which, as I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite special features. But this film blew my mind. This definitely became one of my favorite films of all time. Oh, great! And like Sam, I forget the chick's name that plays, and Sam Neill. Their performances are just, they're crazy off the wall. Great movie, and the creature effects are done by the same guy that did E.T. So we got this. I think I might have something hanging up in the other room, but we got like a pre-production of the poster art from the Japan version. Yeah, that's collection notifications. That's part of the course for YouTube. Certificate of authentication, track listing, technical information. Now we're getting into, yeah, there. A thick booklet, all kinds of stuff. There's like 3 essays in here. Some like lobby card type stuff. Boom. It's like this is getting into the subway scene where she really goes off the rails. There's a nice sexy image, isn't it? Right? No, this thing is loaded. I think there might still be some sets available from Diabolic DVD or Diabolic Disc. Diabolic something. For some reason, the name's slipping my mind. But that's where I bought this from. You get it directly from like Mondo. They're sold out there, but you might still be able to get this. And if you can't, I'm not sure how much this would cost, but it wasn't cheap, obviously, as you can tell. Yeah, definitely check it out. For me, it was worth it. Yeah. Yep, there's Neil being all crazy. This whole film is crazy. It's a great, to me, it's a great like a double feature with The Brood, because both films are about, a relationship going downhill when weird supernatural things happen. And to me, the scariest film I've ever seen, in my opinion, is The Brood. Love that film. I don't know. I've never heard about a steelbook of this. On the, is it Mondo Vision? I don't remember seeing from the Mondo Vision website, which, it's just pretty much all this guy's movies. He's dead now, but this is from the end. Things do get crazy. Yeah, the end, it's like an action film, really weird, surreal. we're getting some spoilers here. And that's it for the main feelies. And let's see if I can get these back in. It's a really tight fit. And now, to the main part. Try to cover that up. Here's the discs. Yeah. Whew. Definitely one of my top 12 favorite films of all time. It's a video nasty, but it also won awards at the Cannes Film Festival. That's a combination that you wouldn't expect, but this definitely is a very art-housey movie. And it doesn't really quite fit to be on the list, but it made it. And speaking of Section 3 video nasty, if you ever see The Last Horror Film, that takes place at the same year Cannes Film Festival that this has. So you see like billboards and other stuff for this film a lot in there. So it's kind of a cool little thing, seeing this art all over there. And I liked The Last Horror Film. That was a pretty cool movie. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So that's another good trauma release. Last Horror Film with the same guy in Maniac. And we're getting close to the end. I've got two more things. We've got some Studio Ghibli. Getting some variety. Went from like horror, family entertainment from Hayao Miyazaki. Yeah, very good movie. I was surprised with it. It's usually whenever I see a trauma thing, it's like, nah, is this gonna be good? But as I've said before, they got a better track record with distributing than producing. So here's a book. I think director's statement, all kinds of stuff. Now, this is the film. Page 2 contains the soundtrack, which the music's okay. I bought it because it's a cool little limited edition, but this isn't my favorite Studio Ghibli film. It's probably among one of my least favorites. It's all right, but Spirited Away, it is not. Or Cat Returns, Kiki's Delivery Service. I love those films. Now, the last one I got really isn't a soundtrack, but it's a 45. Big Trouble in Little China. I'll show you the... Oh. Yeah, they're all on Blu-ray, and the Studio Ghibli films are no longer being... Disney doesn't have the rights to them anymore. It's from Shout Factory, which I think is a good thing, because Disney is kind of a little... I like Shout Factory, though. The G-Kids, that's what they're through now, which is a division of Shout. So they're releasing all of them now, so I trust Shout Factory more than Disney. But yeah, I think they're all on Blu-ray now, which I got a few more over there. Like I got Kiki's and Spirited. The Wind Rises. What else? I got a few others, but yeah. Hard to go wrong with Ghibli. There's the disc. Oh, definitely. Agree, 100%. And this, speaking of Shout Factory, that's what this is. they're pretty much doing all the John Carpenter stuff too. So this, it's a 45, so it's, you know, a single. So you got the main theme, and I think if I recall, the Alley War didn't actually make the cut in the film, but they re-recorded it. Because this isn't the original recordings. This is stuff that, you know, newer of re-recording, like he did with the anthology theme that he did with his that he does with his son and nephew. They make a great team. Like Lost Themes is a great album. I absolutely love Lost Themes. So yeah, the three of them, Carpenter, his son and nephew, great team. So all right, well, I will do a quick rundown since you came in pretty late. I'll show you everything else I got. Big Trouble in Little China, just 2 tracks, but I still threw it in there because why not? Don't I think I grabbed everything. There might be something else in there that I forgot about. My Neighbor Totoro, Possession, Cannibal Holocaust, Green Inferno, Flesh for the Beast, Absurd, Tenebrae. Yeah, most of these films in here are all video nasties, except for a few like this one. Have you seen The Pickup at all? I haven't seen that one yet. I'm kind of waiting to watch it with my friend. Oh, with that pickup set, it'd be cool if it had a, what is it, late fee, I believe it's called, which I guess the main characters, they rent Flesh for the Beast and the pickup. So that'd be cool if it was in there, you know, kind of make it like a trilogy. But he has another edition of Flesh for the Beast, and it has the late fee, which I'll have to watch sometime in October, because it takes place on like Halloween, so that'll be a fun watch then. Paganini Horror, Eaten Alive, not to be confused with Eaten Alive. I like the Tubi Hooper Eaten Alive much more than this. It's just a Canada movie. It's not my thing. The Hooper film, that was fun. To me, it's like if we take like Leatherface's brother and just have him as the main character. The Changeling, The Beyond. I'm glad with most of the things I picked up. The only real one that disappointed me was Paganini Horror. Axe, Kidnapped Co-Ed, and other tracks. So this is, from what I can tell, this who did the music? George Newman Shaw and John Wilhelm. I think this is pretty much almost their entire discography. They died very young. Ooh. Anchor Bay, I can't imagine that being very cheap now, since they don't really do any physical media anymore. And some of that Anchor Bay stuff goes for a pretty penny. Last House on the Left. Phenomena. The most like one of the most complete versions of the soundtrack you can get, since it has stuff like the anti-sex gang and whatnot instead of just Goblin. Buio Omega, or however you pronounce it. I'm not Italian, so I might not be no. Yeah, right. Yeah, like going eBay and doing it. That's like the only way you'd be able to do it. Like when I got Tenebrae, I just bought it now. I didn't do any bidding. Suspiria. Hey, how's it going? I'm just going through a rundown of everything else I have, but I got time to kill. I can talk about whatever. Mr. Corey G, got him in the house. Very cool. Zombie 2, and my final Blu-ray with the soundtrack that I went through is Extra. Uh, you want me to? Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. Although it is amusing how like almost like 3 months later they released like the. Yes, with Zombie, I talked about it before. Yes, I picked this one because it's such a haunting image. I mean, yeah, there's the classic version with the, but this is such a haunting image. I had to pick up this particular version. Extra is it's a pretty crazy movie. It's fun, definitely. But yeah, that's why I picked this one because it the last shot and it sticks with you. It's kind of kind of like with like Night of the Living Dead, just the still images, they burn in you. Gotta love it. So how are those eggs going, Need Gore? So yeah, okay, I'll run through it one more time for you. All right, Corey. Sorry. Extra, Suspiria, Zombie 2. This is just a 45, so just 2 tracks. I'll show it to you quick. Beyond the Darkness, Phenomena, Last House on the Left. I know you have that one, Corey. Mr. Gore. X, Knet Coed, autographed. The Beyond, The Changeling, Eaten Alive, autographed. Agony Horror. Tenebrae. What do you think of Disney Plus? I can't. I'm just not in the streaming game. I got so many films in here that I haven't seen yet that I never take time for any kind of streaming. Like I signed up for Shudder. I watched like nothing. I started watching Phantasm 3, never finished it, and never did anything else with it. Absurd. Yeah, the only real streaming thing I have right now is Amazon Prime. There's enough for me there. I don't need Disney Plus, Netflix. Oh, you this is Flesh for the Beast and the Pickup. I'll talk about this a little bit more. I'll show you it, Media Collector. Okay. See, yeah, there were a lot of, when I was looking at, there were things that looked interesting. Like, I would have liked to have finished the Phantasm series, and what else? The Oregonian looked interesting. Escape from Tomorrow. It'd be fun to see a gorilla film made on Disney World. Disney World or Disneyland? I don't remember. Green Inferno. Yeah, I'm gonna show a Media Collector this. Cannibal Holocaust. Possession. Definitely one of my favorite films of all time. My Neighbor Totoro. Totoro. Okay, let's. So with this set, yeah, these are the Joe D'Amato Video Nasty. So it's Absurd and Anthropophagus. Only Absurd comes with the soundtrack. So boom, the discs, alternate artwork, and Anthropophagus, however you pronounce it. Just the movie. And there's the more classic artwork of him munching down on his own intestines. Now, I've only seen the edited version of this film, which the cuts are kind of weird because you can't really tell what's going on, like when he's munching on himself and when he's munching on the baby. It's really edited and it just looks weird, but I have not seen the uncut version yet. So yeah, those are all of my movies that come with the soundtracks. That I recall. There might be something else in here that slipped my mind, but this is the bulk of it. Most of them were worth it. I enjoy it. Glad I got them. And some of them, like some of these, like Green Inferno and Beyond the Darkness, I bought specifically because I wanted to get the soundtracks. Even though I never heard them. I haven't seen this film. I don't know if the music is good, but if you soundtrack, why not? You are welcome. Hey, while I'm here, I already showed I'll be right back. While while I'm here, I figure why not go through my soundtracks I got. I have not seen this, but Goblin, Keith Emerson, both pretty good composers. So this is The Church. Now I'm here. I like Keith Emerson stuff more than Goblin. Like his theme for The Church, I love it. It is great. My other copy of Beyond the Darkness. Oh, hang on. I should show you what the disc looks like itself. Since with Mondo and Waxworks, they always have a tendency to make them cool like this. This is supposed to be red. Now, to think, because my friend, he has another disc that says it's red, but it's also this kind of a purplish maroon color. Or it's not like really, really red. Okay, I've never really I never really got into Star Wars much, ever. I mean, I've seen the original. Well, I've never seen the original trilogy, but I've seen a version of the original trilogy. But yeah, so I've never seen the sequel trilogies at all or anything, so I wouldn't know. But I'm familiar with, the classics, John Williams score and whatnot. Beetlejuice. Oh, hang on. I should not be stacking them on the floor like that. This comes in with a print of the acid bath. What's that? Just some credits. So there's that. And I believe Beetlejuice has a print as well. I don't remember all the music. I've seen the Guardians of the Galaxy films. I don't remember like all the music that they used. Oh, is this just a normal disc? No, it's black and white. But some of the music, the awesome mix, I guess it's okay. But nah, a lot of it's not exactly my kind of music. But I have a tendency to like a bit more, some more obscure stuff. And oh, definitely. What are asking what about? Are you talking about like my thoughts on Guardians of the Galaxy gore? All right, let's try to get this in there. The waiting room. Danny Elfman and Harry Belafonte. Well, I ended up listening to quite a bit of Harry Belafonte as a kid. My mom has like a 3 disc set, so it's like almost all his stuff. Scratch, scratch me back. Scratch, scratch me back. It is a known fact. The more you watch, the more you scratch. Yeah, best of the 80s. A lot of the 80s stuff I like is more like range like goth rock, like The Cure, Susie and the Banshees, Love and Rockets, Cocteau Twins, Dead Can Dance. That's the kind of stuff I dig. Yeah, The Burbs, another one of my all-time favorite films. I watched this so much growing up. I would rent it all the time. Oh, and media collector, addressing one of your last comments, in the Midwest, they're most in the Midwest, we have family videos. They're a pretty big chain. There's like, they say there's like 700 locations. They're mostly in the Midwest area, so like Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, around that area. There's a few on like the East Coast, but they're mostly right in the middle of the country. So if I want to drive, like half-hour drive, I can still rent videos. Go to a physical place and actually rent them. So they've been they've been going this whole time. When even like after Hollywood Video and Blockbuster went out, they've still been going at it. So it's cool that I still have that option. But like Mod Pop, I've seen a few of those spring up in the last few years. They don't make it. It's sad, but I can see them coming back. Mm, a nostalgia thing, like, and like with the whole Corona thing, drive-ins might be coming back too. I have a drive-in not too far from where I'm at, so I can do that. Watch a couple movies there. It's cool. All right. should be all of them, the rest of them. Rosemary's Baby. Just some information on the soundtrack. It's not the prettiest disc, but my clear vinyls are my favorite color vinyl. But it's an experience. It's like going to the cinema. You can go to libraries and rent them for free, but it's not quite the same thing, is it? Yeah, it's cool that I still am able to do that. There's only one Blockbuster left in the world. That's nuts. One Blockbuster. And it's like part of the Russell Crowe Museum. So that's cool. No. I'm missing something. Oh, no, I got them. Got a nice fat 3-disc set of Deep Red. All the discs are identical. This red and white. It's with sets like this, it's not easy to get them all. Like trying to get disc 2, I always have issues. And sometimes like one disc or the other has tendency you want to slide out. Freaks me out. It's like, no! But yeah, this is definitely probably my favorite Goblin soundtrack. I would say Tenebrae, but technically that's not truly Goblin, but it might as well be. Oh, wait, I'll show you this. You got the mirrors. What my favorite thing about Deep Red is we we know who the murderer is. We just don't know we know it. That little clue at the beginning, I love that. Wow, this isn't technically a soundtrack, but it's all, tunes from film, so I'll throw it in there. John Carpenter Anthology, 1974 to 1998. This isn't all the theme songs for everything. Like there's nothing for uh, Elvis or Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Somebody's Watching Me, I think that's what it's called. But it's all his biggest films from that time period. Oh, it doesn't have Village of the Damned either. Yeah, Mouth of Madness, his last great film. After that, just never cared for it. I didn't even dig Cigarette Burns. One thing about this set, these little tabs like that. It looks kind of cool, but you gotta be careful putting them back. And Inferno. Does this come with a print or not? I don't remember. I don't think it does. It's just the disc. So disc 1, disc 2. And those are my vinyl soundtracks. So yeah, that's that. Been going at this hour 10 minutes. All right, that was fun. I hope all of you watching are having a good time. I know I'm enjoying myself right now, talking about movies in my collection. Let's see. Hmm. I'm gonna I'm gonna get these back in a safe looking pile. Let's see, possession here. What do you mean by fluff? I'm sure I can find something because I got a big variety. Define fluff. I'm curious as to what you mean by that. Talking about like mainstream movies, like stuff you get from Disney or Universal, or because I have a huge variety of movies. I love variety. I can't stick to one genre or one decade. There's so many things out there to enjoy. It's like I've got stuff, I got I got stuff that has stuff by Thomas Edison, and I've got stuff made, just last year. So, like one of the most recent things I got is a Alita Battle Angel, which since I'm talking about it, why not show it? One of the biggest wastes ever. This was an Amazon exclusive, like 300 bucks. Not worth the price. Oh, like this, if it were to be worth it, these autographs are clearly not authentic. If they were, it would have been worth it, but they're not. They're clearly printed on. So otherwise, we got the 3 disc set with the 3D version. Well, I've got some terrible movies in my collection, like Birdemic, uh, Night of the Lepus, Manos, The Hands of Fate. Manos Returns, I helped produce that movie, so if you watch that film, you'll see my name in the credits. Then it comes with these 2 prints. And this is an abridged version of the main book. So it's not even the full book. So this was $300. I was really banking on those signatures because they made it sound like it'd be, real. It's a signature of authentication without authentic signatures. What? I told you. I've got some other bad films. Well, Invasion of the Blood Farmers, but that's a Section 3 video nasty. So that's why I have that, which a lot of bad movies I have are because of the association with video nasties. Like The Beast in Heat. God, I hate that film. I can't stand it. It looks cool, but it wasn't worth the price. It was 300 bucks. If it would have been half that, maybe, but I wanted to support it because I do kind of want to get that sequel out. So I figured, okay, I'll pay for this thing where it's like they get like $200 extra. It'll help support it, help make it seem like there's more of a desire for a sequel. So that's why I did that. Yeah. Do you want me to go through some of the other things while I have time to kill? I don't know what time it is over by you, memorabilia collector. Right? Mm-hmm. Because I even bought another copy. I gave it to a friend, but I kept it was the Walmart version that came with the Funko Pop keychain, which I got somewhere. I can't find it. Where did I stick that? But yeah, I got the keychain with it somewhere. Here she is. I kept the keychain, but I gave the other copy to a friend. Who? That's about 10:30 where I'm at here. Oh yeah. But if there's still people here, I mean, I'm not feeling tired. Now, what time is it by you, Gore? Here's another fun set. Blood Feast. Well, Herschel Gordon Lewis. I've seen every film in this set except for about half of How to Build a Girl and the Gorgo Girls. Everything else I've seen. So, that's fun. I don't have any other soundtracks to show. I went through all of that. Right now I'm just killing time. So not sure how much longer I want to continue with this. Guess it depends on how I'm feeling. If there's people here, if everyone leaves, then that'll mean it'll be time to quit. But I'm enjoying myself, and I'm really trying to get into the streaming thing, since that seems to be one thing that YouTube's trying to push. Because they gotta make things more and more difficult for little guys to get out there. But yes, this is Arrow. I've I've been getting into Arrow a lot. They've sort of been becoming they're starting to get up there right up with the Criterion collection. So Criterion and Arrow, those are two of my biggest people to get from. Oh yeah, it's bigger than what it looks because this is dual format, so Blu-ray and DVD. So there's a lot of discs. But Blood Feast, Scum of the Earth, 2000 Maniacs is probably my favorite film on this set. And definitely my favorite of the Blood trilogy. Moonshine Mountain, Color Me Blood Red, Something Weird, Gruesome Twosome, Taste of Blood. Got the mask cut on the back. Yeah, everything they got like as a cereal box. So 4 to 5, 14 essential films. Volume 2 contains She Devils on Wheel, Just for the Hell of It, How to Make a Girl, Wizard of Gore. Oh, I forgot about The Stuff Will Kill You. I haven't seen this one yet either. Go-Go Girls, The Stuff Will Kill You. And then bonus discs. So there's like a documentary and different aspect ratios for Blood Feast, Scum of the Earth, Color Me Blood Red, Taste of Blood, and Wizard of Gore. And it comes with a little activity book, all based around the film. So, how to prepare a blood feast. Is this, what is this? Okay, just like a little coloring page, a comic, a dress-up doll, a paper doll, maze. It's a cool little set. They have an even bigger set than this that contains like a record uh, and like a fake eye prop, all kinds of stuff. But it was out of print, and This was expensive enough, although I got like 50% off from a Diabolic DVD. Yeah. I love these movies. These are Zatoichi. There's like 26 films in here. They're all the same movie, so you don't want to binge watch them one after another because it's just like, okay, I've seen this film 26 times already, but they're still a load of fun. This is Criterion. This is like, I think this is like one of their biggest, like, bigger box sets that they did when they were doing the dual format. They don't do dual. I wish they still did dual format because I like that. Because I have a lot of Blu-rays, but a lot of people I know they still have DVD players. So like a lot of films I can't show them because I like to bring movies over, but they don't have a means to watch it. So I'm very limited. But this, like with the dual formats, I can still bring them and watch them and give people my love of Criterion. So these are fun. I think there's 26. It's like one of the longest running series in Japan. 25. But there's other, like, there's a TV show, there's a reboot, like a remake not too long ago. And there's some other films like that don't star this guy, the original Zatoichi. So there's 25 in here. It's pretty much the complete series with a few additional things. If you've seen Blind Fury, that's a remake of this. With what is that? Who's in Blind Fury? Howard or something, or Heston? I don't remember. But yeah, cool little set. But the dimensions are so, depending on if you have mostly DVDs, have it one way. If you have it one way, the dimensions, height, it fits, but it's going to be sticking way out of your shelf. You got DVDs. Oh, and if you have the Blu-ray, it'll be sticking out, but you can see the spine. But with DVD, it won't be sticking out as much, but you can't see the spine numbers. So, but it is what it is. Oh, yeah. Not sure. Thinking maybe been going on for almost an hour and a half. I'm thinking maybe how do I want to wrap it up? It's up to you, media collector. Should I keep going through some of my stuff in my collection, or should we call it a night? Because it's getting late. Although my job makes me nocturnal. Because normally, if I'm not working, this is when I'm up. So I'm always up at this time of night. So I'm awake. Do you have? No, I have not seen I Saw the Devil, and I don't own it either. Isn't that? Is that a? That's a more recent film, right? It's not too old, is it? Because from most, I generally, it seems like I hardly ever watch any movie made past the 80s, at least with modern stuff. Like a lot of like modern Hollywood stuff, it has to be something really special for me to love. But otherwise, I usually seem to end up sticking to older films. Yep, I thought so. So yeah, newer films, I don't really haven't seen a whole lot or own. I have some things like Alita, as I've shown. I've got Get Out. Sucker Punch is one of my favorite films of all time. So I have some more modern things, but I usually stick to older stuff. I seem to enjoy it more. Okay, I Saw the Devil's Asian. Okay, then maybe it would be fine. Is it a... What country is it from? Is it like Korea or is it Japan or... Right now, I'm just kind of going through some of my, what was that? Sound good? I think it's got to be fine. I think when I got up, the chair looked back a little bit, and when it went down, it kind of got on a cord. Freaked me out, but I think it'll be fine. I thought it was Korean. Because, yeah, I remember hearing about the film and knowing a little bit, and yeah. I'm going through all my oddly shaped things right now that don't quite fit normally on a shelf, so I've got some of the Batman comic movie bundles here. So this is generally these things, it's the movies bundled with their source material. This is the exception because this is volume 1 of Black and White, but the film, it's Batman Gotham Knight, which it's another anthology film. Black and White, it's a bunch of short stories, a couple pages, and Gotham Knight, same thing, a bunch of short stories. So that's why it's bundled with this. Otherwise, it's not an adaptation. These, on the other hand, it's the film and the original source material. I'm finishing up Dark Knight Returns right now. I haven't done this one yet. I've watched the movies. Now I'm working on going. I read that. I finished Black and White, working on this one, then I'll have to get through this one. So then there's the movies. Another Frank Miller. And this is actually like a two-part film, but this set, it's all combined into one, so it's like a 3-hour Batman film. They're pretty cool. I got these from Walmart. I think, I'm not sure if they're still making these or not. Well, I bought this directly. I think I got this straight from Warner Brothers, the Warner Brothers store site. So otherwise, Year One Returns was Walmart. They had other things like some Batman, like Death of Superman, the Justice League thing. But I've always been a Batman guy. I've got the complete animated series, not here with me. It's at another place. Otherwise, I'd show that. A limited edition set. It was pretty cool. Ah. I bought this specifically because I thought the cover was cool. Yep, glows in the dark too. Yeah, it's a split case. The film's okay. It's not the greatest. It's enjoyable for what it was. But I bought it because the cover was cool. Why did they do this? It's the exact same thing. The only difference, the tagline is in a different location. Why did they do that? I don't get it. It's weird. But, oh well, they did it. Nothing I can do about it. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome last year, they did another split case. I don't remember what it was. Angel something. It was like a trilogy. It slips my mind. But yeah, like Vinegar Syndrome. Well, for you, it would be today. They're doing a halfway to Black Friday sale, and a lot of times they like starting last year, they started making slip covers for some of their other releases, and they'll do things like split cases for halfway to Black Friday and the Black Friday sale. And so sometimes they get like you can get them separately if you want, or if you don't have the film, you can buy it with the film. Like Ruth of the Geek, that's what that slip cover you talked about. That was that. It was a limited edition slip cover you could get. I got it. No, I think it's supposed to be this Friday, from what I could tell. I could check quick. Let's find out. Email. Vinegar Syndrome. Yeah, it says set your alarm clocks for Friday, 12:01 p.m. Eastern Standard. Friday the 22nd. So, yeah, that would be today. I'll show you the other slipcovers, exclusive slipcovers that they did for release. We've got Play Dead. Have not seen this film yet. And here's the other side with the alternate title, Satan's Dog. Satan does not deserve something as cute as a little Doberman. He's one of those hairless dogs. That's the kind of dog Satan deserves. Yeah, I'll see what their special thing, what their special releases. Although I probably won't be getting anything. I'm not really going to be doing much for buying for a little while, but what I have, I'm satisfied for the most part. This is a Christmas Evil. Yeah, with these slipcovers you can only get during your Black Fridays and halfway to Black Friday sale. After that, you're out of luck. So you have a small window. Absolutely love this film. And this is one of my all-time favorite films. And if you get this, get the Vinegar Syndrome. This is the director's cut. Don't waste your time with the Troma version. You need Vinegar Syndrome. That's the Troma. It's the Dadly Steadily Darling version. Eh, we'll see. I can generally control myself for the most part, and there's generally only like certain titles that really interest me. Like if it'll be a video nasty, then I'll be more tempted. But otherwise, it's like with the Devil's Dog, with Play Dead, I just kind of figured I had to pay a little bit to get the free shipping and whatnot, so I just threw it in there. Otherwise, video nasties, I'll pick those up. If they don't do them, then I generally because I got most of the stuff I want. You know, all their video nasty stuff I have now. Like maybe if they would do something like a slipcover for "Don't Go Into the Woods," maybe I'll pick that up. I was hoping they would do a slipcover of this because this is one of my favorite films. It was like I saw it, I was like, yes, they did it. So I was really happy. This is one of the main reasons why I bought from the sale, because I wanted this and Christmas Evil slipcovers because I love both of those movies. Yeah, you can't get the slipcover anymore. I love how all the cover art, it doesn't do the film justice. It makes it seem like a completely different movie. What else do I have for Vinegar Surgeon slipcovers? I'm gonna need a flashlight. Orgy of the Dead. Terrible movie, but I got it because of the connection with Ed Wood. I I have so much respect for Ed Wood. His films may not be the best, but the passion he had for making his movies and doing it. He went out and made his movies. He did whatever he had to do to get the movies made. I have so much respect for that. Same thing with like Who Killed Captain Alex? I don't know, like every technical level, it's terrible, but you can see the passion. It bleeds through the film, even if they're shooting guns that are clearly made out of PVC pipes. And I mean, the guy that made the film, he built his own computer, and it's so small that every time he finishes a movie, he has to delete the hard drive in order to make room for his next film. That's how dedicated he is. And I wish there was a poster of this, because this would be an awesome blacklight poster. But yeah, terrible movie. I I don't really I'm not I'm one of those people like nudity for nudity's sake. It doesn't do anything for me, but I would like if it weren't for the Ed Wood, I have no desire to have this film. Glenn and Glenda is my favorite Ed Wood film so far. I really like Glenn or Glenda. I just saw you. I know you're here. I saw you. Where is it? It should be right here. That's one of the bad things about having a lot of films, and if you accumulate films a lot in a short amount of time, if you want to do like alphabetize and stuff, it's really hard. You just have to take everything out, move everything. So sometimes it takes forever for me to find a film. But this film is hilarious. I had no idea what I was getting in for, but oh, I absolutely loved this one. Yeah, absolutely hilarious. And this may or may not be the primary inspiration for the film Scream. Because the story goes that the filmmaker that made this movie, while he was making it, he ended up meeting Wes Craven's son. And he was telling about this film, where it's, really poking at the cliches of like horror and slasher films. And then, he made this. And then a few years later, we got Scream, which, has some similar things, like, having a character who knows all about the horror movies and all the cliches and whatnot. Hilarious. Here's Luther the Geek, you've already seen. Memorabilia collector. I'll show you the inside. Classic art. Now, I'm not sure if I have any other slipcovers from Vinegar Season or not. I'd have to look. But this slipcover was another one of those Black Friday exclusive things. It's an alright film. Again, I bought it, Section 3 Video Nasty. Classic art. And then same thing as the slipcover. Now if I have a few more slipcovers, it will be right here. Oh, I'm making such a mess right now. I'm not putting anything back right now, just leaving everything in pile. When I'm done with this, I'm going to have my work cut out for me. Okay. Are you talking about Mausoleum or? Now, that's all my Vinegar Syndrome slipcovers. This this is a regional film. This is made in my home state of Wisconsin. It's an anthology film. Each film is directed by a different filmmaker in Wisconsin. It's terrible. This is this is a very trauma-esque film. It's got all the stuff. Some crude humor, over the top gore. There's a segment in here that's clearly inspired by John Waters, because one of the main characters It's a guy, and it's a overweight guy in drag, clearly trying to channel divine. You know, like, here's the kind of movie. The first actual segment, other than the wraparound, there's this guy where he has these severed fingers, and what he does is he has a string and he runs a string up through the fingers, and then when he's done with that, he proceeds. Thank you. He proceeds to use that string of fingers as anal beads. That's what this kind of movie is. I bought it. It was like $5. I was at a film festival in Wisconsin, a horror film festival, and this was there. So I figured I'll pick it up. I'll support local filmmakers. So I got this ultra trashy, tasteless movie. Although there are some bits in here I do kind of like. Like in like the second segment, it's about like this dentist chair that Ed Gein was in and whatnot, and there's a character in it. He acts a lot like Lloyd Kaufman, where he's not acting, he's just goofing off. I've got some other Wisconsin films too. I'll try to hunt them down. They're all made from the same group of people except this one. This is an exception, but otherwise, if you've heard of Slasher Studios, they do like reviews and whatnot of like horror films, and they made 3 short films and 3 feature-length films. I have everything. I got 2 here. I got to try to find the good one. So, what's your favorite film? I wonder if I have it. Here's another terrible movie I own. Come on. I know you're here. Why can't I find you? I think I might know. Oh, well, I know I have it somewhere, but I've been looking for it enough. I don't want to take too much time trying to find it, but I've got it somewhere. But I got the two other films. This was the first film Slasher Studios did. Arrow edition of what? Oh, are you talking about Don't Go Into the Woods? Is there an Arrow edition of that? Their first film, Don't Go to the Reunion. It's an alright film. It's, all the deaths are inspired by, other classic slasher films, and it kind of looks like it kind of goes like the route of like Night of the Creeps, where all the characters are like named after like directors. Like the main character is named Erica Carpenter. It's not the most violent thing, but it still delivers the goods, and it's still kind of fun. And it also contains three short films as well. And this Blu-ray, I think it's out of print now. This was limited edition, limited to 200. This is 73. And like sometime last year, I bought all these films and I gave them to Aaron Pin. I don't know if you watch him or whatnot. Alice, Sweet Alice. Oh, yeah, that's the film I want to get. And there was only like a few left, and I think people watching them, they bought up the stuff too. So this was limited edition Blu-ray. Dismembering Christmas had a limited edition VHS. I gave a copy of that to him. Okay, yeah. So he did a stream, so he looked. I gave him all the Slasher Studio stuff, so including the VHS for this as the DVD. So Dismembering Christmas, all right. And the film I can't find, Irrational Fear, that was also a limited edition Blu-ray, was great. That was one of the films that I saw at the film festival I was talking about earlier, and I was really impressed with it. It was, I loved that movie, Irrational Fear. I highly recommend it. If you can find it, you should still be able to get the DVD, but the Blu-ray might not be able to get. But Irrational Fear, something to definitely check out. It blew my mind. And the main reason I went to that film festival because they were also showing Manos Returns, so I wanted to see my name on the big screen. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't get to see that too often, so that was neat. And I got some additional autographs. Yeah, maybe I'll show that. Manos. Alright, I gotta move this base. This is getting in the way. There, that's better. So this Blu-ray, original I got, it just came with can't I remember her name? Jackie. It was just her, Debbie, just her autograph. But at the film festival, they also had the guy who did the special effects and the editor, I believe. So I figured, might as well get their autographs too. Add some value to this. Yep, I like playing my bass. I've been slacking a little bit on it, but I still try to get there. But yeah, it's fun, and I play on the worship team too, so that's one of the things I do. So I think this is the special effects guy, and this is the editor. So add some value to this, make the money worth more. So that was cool. I had that opportunity, and it didn't cost me any extra. They was just like, sure, we'll sign it. Like a bunch of people did the same. Like I think he also did some editing on Hole in the Wall, so there were a bunch of people that were getting autographs of that film from the editor guy too. But I had this. He thought that was pretty cool. That someone was there that backed the movie. So I have two German imports. The first one was extra. The second German import is a steelbook for the Boogeyman trilogy. Just the Boogeyman is on Blu-ray. But the other films are all on DVD. And it has both versions of Boogeyman 2. So it has the original version and Redux. I haven't watched Redux yet, only the Video Nasty version. Not the greatest film, but it's still kind of cool. All in one nice set like this. Mm-hmm. I almost want to love this movie just because of how hilarious I found the kid's death to be with the window. That just cracked me up so much. Boogeyman! Best part of the film. $2. Whew. You're a trooper there. Remember, what's your schedule like? Are you always up this late, or is this just an exception because you have nothing better to do? Here's another Arrow set. Posters hanging up in my room. Like, in the living room area, most of the stuff that's more like, could be like family-ish stuff. Like, I got Coco there, Mouse, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Peanut Butter Solution. In the bedroom, it's most of the horror stuff. So I got like Inseminoid, The Burbs, My Bloody Valentine. Okay, director has done tons of stuff. He's been making movies of serial killers for several years now. Are you... Well, are you talking about Lamel? Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, all the engagement you give me, me subscribing to you, it was the least I could do. Yeah, the only Lamel movies I've seen are the Boogeyman movies. Otherwise, I'm not really familiar with his work. Lobby cards. Booklet. Same here, brother. Yeah. There. Where is it? Yeah, right now I'm just kind of going through some random stuff right now. Although right now I'm kind of sticking with Arrow. So I got Basket Case. I was not able to get the pin for Basket Case. I got the pin for Brain Damage, which I liked Brain Damage a lot more than Basket Case. This was fine. I absolutely loved this movie. The only, as I mentioned before, well, I had Zombie 2. Right now, the only Shriek show I had already shown you, the Pickup Media Pack. And this is the only Shriek show I currently own at this point in time. I think I might still have Zombie 2 in a box of stuff I plan to get rid of. But otherwise, for this moment, this is all I have for Shriek Show. But this is a cool set. I mean, it comes with the soundtrack, a graphic novel. Pretty cool. And I didn't pay anything for it. And if I did, it would have only been $6.66, which for 3 discs and a book is a steal, especially for something that's out of print. Otherwise, I don't have anything from Media Blasters at all. And I think, yeah, Tokyo Shock, I think that's all they really do now. Anime, that's it. Kind of sad, but because they did some cool stuff. They had some cool releases, like when they had Zombie 2. that was a cool set until Blue Underground came out with their new copy that I had shown earlier. And here's another autograph. Wait, here we go. I got an autograph from Tommy Wiseau himself. I got this direct from the website. It's a steal. If you don't mind some terrible art, you can get a really good deal from going to Tommy Wiseau's website. Just for like, I don't remember how much. I was able to get The Room on Blu-ray and DVD, The Neighbors on DVD, the autograph. I'll be right back. This ultra annoying plushie and this jacket for like 30 bucks. This is a nice jacket too. It's even got Wiseau's thing on it. Is that annoying yet? Can you handle it? Do you want me to press it again? I won't, because I don't want to subject myself to that. Yeah, this is a nice jacket. Great deal for the price I paid for all that, including an autograph. If you don't mind having terrible films in your collection, and if you like So Bad It's Good movies, definitely something to check out. There's other things like you can get a good deal on his underwear. He makes underwear. Yes, I did make a video on it. Okay, you did watch it. Yeah. Press it again? Okay. It was mainly the jacket was the best part about it. I haven't watched The Room yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I watched The Neighbors recently, and it's also pretty bad, but there are times where it's like an advertisement for his stuff. Like that dog makes an appearance, and like in every other episode, there's like advertisements for his underwear. It's like, oh yes, look at these awesome pair of underwear. They're great. I absolutely love them. It's 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 pretty amusing. Yeah, The Neighbors pretty terrible, but it's amusing. Except the transitions. Every time there's a new scene, there's this like 30-minute clip of terrible music, terrible visuals, and they do it every time, and it takes up like half the episode. But it kind of adds to the charm of how terrible it is. Well, I'm glad you found entertainment out of that, because the first time I was like, okay, I'm only going to press that if I want to irritate people, but you get entertainment out of it, so that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Do you know if Dark Sky Films still does stuff? Because from what I can tell, they don't seem to. But I have this from Dark Sky, and I had this. Yeah, I had the Steel Book of Texas Chainsaw as well, but I kind of got rid of that when I upgraded to a Blu-ray. But I got this from what I feel like I was on the website recently, and it didn't seem like they were really doing much of anything. So this might be another thing that's out of print because they're just not doing things anymore. I've only seen Curse of the Living Corpse. That was the main reason I bought this film, because I wanted Curse of the Living Corpse, because I wanted uh, Cadence Hillgross's other film. So she was only in two films, Curse of the Living Corpse and the absolutely amazing Carnival of Souls. So I have both of her movies now. So that's cool. Yeah, oh, Carnival of Souls is one of my favorites too. Violet Midnight, Curse of the Living Corpse, and Horror at Party Beach, which I'm sounds like you'd be aware that, Severin has a version of that out now on Blu-ray. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool to have too. It takes so much room though. That thing is huge. I don't know if you've ever seen Fully Cooley, but I find it amusing that she has the exact same bass that I have, a Rickenbacker. It's definitely a Rickenbacker because in some scenes you can see the Rickenbacker written on the head. So that's pretty cool. She has a good taste of bass guitars. As far as I know, she only did the two movies, Carnival of Souls and Curse of the Living Corpse. I don't think she did a third film. At least I haven't heard that she did. I only heard of the two. That's something I'd have to look into, double check. It's an anime. It is absolutely crazy off the wall. It's insane. Totally batshit insane. I absolutely love it for that. Hardly makes any sense. Off the walls rails. Loads of fun in my opinion. Yeah. Here's some other autographs I got. Gary Goldman and Don Bluth. Dragon's Lair 2. Space Ace. I have not. My anime viewing it's really limited. I haven't seen nearly as much as I should. There's a lot of things I gotta check out. Like, I think the last anime I saw was like over a year ago, and that was Lily Cat. It was interesting. It's like The Thing and Alien together. But yeah, I gotta watch a lot more anime that isn't Studio Ghibli. Yeah. I've got a few. Yeah, they're cool to have, and that's one of the nice things about the physical media. You can't autograph a digital copy of something. So if there's a movie and someone is still alive, I think it's, I can get them autographed. That's I never really thought about that until now. That's one of the advantages of physical media. The fact that, yeah, you can get it personalized like that. Like, I'm one of those degenerate bronies, so here, this is John Delancey. I got Q's autograph. It's not for Star Trek, but still, John Delancey. That cost me about 50, $30 to get. It's cool though. I started playing Dragon's Lair a little bit. I think I got maybe to the second screen. One thing I want to do with that is like every time I die, I want to make a tally and figure out like how many quarters, if I were to actually play the game, how much coins I would have had to put in to finish the game. Like, would it be like, did I have to spend like $20 to finish Dragon's Lair or whatnot? That'd be cool to find out. So every time I die, tally, 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 at every screen. It'd be interesting. See how much money I saved by, although it probably cost me less than I bought because I, aside from those, I got a lot of other things like aside from that, I also got this. More autographs from Gary and Don. Secret of Nim. I could have been chosen like any of his other films that I wanted, but Secret of Nim, it's like his masterpiece, you know? Yeah, I can imagine, but still, oh, there are some DVDs that like they come with games, like I think like one of the Harry Potters and Shrek. They come with games that the setup it's exactly like what Dragon's Lair is. Having to hit the buttons. It's the exact same setup, but they could be difficult, but they still lend itself well to a DVD remote. So it makes sense why they would do that. Since all you have to do is just hit one button. No in between directions, just boom, 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 boom. So, yeah. I've played them a little bit for a few seconds. Like I'm just scrolling through the features. Like, okay, I'll give this a shot. Play it for a few seconds. Like, okay, whatever. It is what it is. Then I'd go back to something else, watch another movie or look at a commentary or something. But I definitely exist in that format. So it's interesting. Yep, that's the whole point. I mean, if you're not precise, how are they going to make their money, right? Yeah. I want to go to Dave and Buster's sometime. That'd be fun. Although here in Wisconsin, we have a place called Funset Boulevard, and it's a theater, but it also has kind of like a Chuck E. Cheese, Dave Buster's, Showbiz Pizza kind of thing attached to it. So you go out, and watch a movie. They can go in and they have laser tag and all these arcades and uh, don't remember if they have bumper cars or not. They have like a carousel. You can get pizza, have some beer, all in one location. It's pretty cool. Playing games and going to a movie without having to leave the building. I love it. It's like the only place I know like that. It's great. The prizes aren't the best. I mean, they're all kind of kiddie prizes. It's not like what you'd be at a Dave and Buster's, I imagine, but it's still cool. Have a dinner and a movie and waste a bunch of money on games. You can't go wrong with that. This is the only set from indicator I have. There are some other things that I am interested in getting, but I got these because the set of, 3 of the 5 films are Section 3 video nasty, so I had to get it. And it's so much slimmer than trying to get all these from like Vinegar Syndrome. And if I'm not mistaken, Shelf Factory is distributing in Seminoid. So this is a lot thinner and it's all in one set. It's cool. I don't know if we still have a Chuck E. Cheese or not. We had one in Green Bay. We also had another place similar to that, DZ Discovery Zone, which is like the exact same thing. hmm Yeah, I'd also like to get, like the William Castle sets and some of the Hammer sets. Like I want I'd love to have the set that has the snorkel. I really want to see the snorkel. It sounds like it'd be cool. What else? What other? Those are, yeah, the Hammer and the William Castle things were the things I was most interested in. Aside from this, I'll show you the lobby cards. These are all lobby cards for Satan's Slave. And the poster, I have a poster up in my room which is double-sided. One side's in Seminoid, which is the one I have displayed, and in Terror. I feel like I've seen Satan's Slave, but I don't remember any of these images. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was on this one of those Mill Creek box sets. Gore House Greats, it was called. It had like that and Terror. Had I known that Terror was a section of the asset, I would have kept that set. What else did it have? It was mostly like Crown International stuff. Like, right? What other movies did it come with? It's like this House of Wax inspired film, and it had Trip with the Teacher. That was one of them, I remember, because I ended up watching that movie a couple times. The Terror. I'm pretty sure it had Satan's Slave. I gotta find out. It's bugging me. What movies did it come with? See, Aaron Penn's streaming about Vinegar Syndrome, as he always does. Talking about the Halfway to Black Friday sale that we were talking about earlier. And so, Gore House. It's really bugging me. What else was on it? Like 12 films. Okay, there, that should come up. Here we go. All right. Now we'll get there. If it'll load. No! Primeval, Devil's Hand, Terror, Trip with the Devil. Yep. Stanley. Ooh. Primeval, Blood of Dracula's Curse. Nightmare in Wax. That's the one I was thinking of. Blood Mania. I can't tell what that is. Devil's Hand. Oh, Stanley. That film made me physically angry. Never had I yelled at a movie in complete and utter anger at the stupidity that I was seeing. It was towards the end. Sure, I'm not familiar with Todd Sheets. I may have seen one or two of his films, but what they would have been not ringing a bell. His name sounds familiar though, but I don't know if I would have seen anything or not. Yeah, Stanley. Sure, I was able to get past that. The fact it was just Willard with snakes, but the ending of it, like the last 10 or so minutes, just made me physically angry. I had never happened for a movie before, but oh, just the way she was acting, like Victor. Oh, oh. Yeah, that was an experience for me watching that film. Never happened before. Never happened since. The way it riled me up. Mainly the way that the chick was acting and the things she was doing. Just oh yeah. It's Willard with snakes. That's essentially what it is. Like he has a bunch of snakes and he uses the snakes to get revenge. It's nowhere near as good as Willard. I love Willard. I like both of Willards. They're both enjoyable in their own right. I only have the original. Don't have the Crispin Glover one at all, but maybe I'll get it sometime. So I think about getting it sometime, but I'm just like, nah, it's not terrible, and I'm sure it won't affect you as much as it did me. I don't know. Maybe I was just in the right mood or something. Who knows? It was just me at the moment, but yeah, it it did bother me. But yeah, they're both good in their own right. But I read the novel. Oh, I love the novel. Is amazing. Ratman's Notebook. It's like the main character. The main character doesn't have a name, so Willard comes. The name Willard Styles comes from the film, but he uh, he almost becomes like a supervillain. He does more than just using the rats for revenge. Like he uses them to like rob closed gas stations, and he finds like this rat mask. So whenever he's doing his business, he's wearing this rat mask, like you would expect like a supervillain to wear. So it's cool. It's like almost sort of like a Rat Man from you know Batman's Rogue Gallery, sort of. Yeah, one of my favorite novels I ever read. Batman's Notebook. Pretty cool. I, I like when I was still in high school and I was like, I wanted to read the novel it was based in, and I looked and looked. I found it at St. Vincent de Paul. I was like, oh, finally! So glad I bought it. It was well worth like the 15-25 cents. Yeah, I was surprised at how different it could have been. I liked the mask thing. It kind of super villainous. It was cool. I wasn't expecting anything like that. It was a fun book, kind of funny, darkly humorous, and yeah, I recommend it if you like reading. It's a cool little book. This is some more Arrow stuff. I think yes, I've seen all of these. Slayer. This could have been a little bit better. I mean, there's something about it like it had potential because it sort of reminded me like the Big Chill. If the Big Chill were a slasher film, that's sort of what this reminded me of. The characters, they're older, they're in their 30s and stuff, so I don't know, it just had a Big Chill vibe for me for some reason. I don't know why, but if it was more like that, it could have been cool. I could have really enjoyed it, but it was all right for what it was. It was all right. This was better than I was expecting. This was a decent little flick. I think the only real reason it made it on the video nasty list is when the guy kills the dog. Because, as I mentioned before, a lot of times, animal cruelty did not go well with the UK censors. I've been slacking on reading too. I think about trying to get into it too, but it it's so much easier to watch a movie. It takes so much less time instead of watch something in an hour instead of taking 3 days. But when I do read, I'm glad I did. Man, this was okay, I guess. This stack, this is probably my favorite of this stack that I got. Eaten Alive, and I like some of the lighting. It's kind of Suspiria-esque, just bathing everything in red for no reason. Just make it look atmospheric. Fun little movie. Not fun little movie. This is this is one of the most cruel, mean spirited things ever, and Like one of the reasons why I don't really care for it is I'm Christian and this is just totally bashing the faith. It's just it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to say ban it, obviously, because as you know, I'm pretty much against censorship. But I mean, if you want to critique a religion, it's your right. Go ahead. But I can definitely see why this would have been censored because of some of the anti-Christian themes and whatnot, and all the depravity. This is one of those films that tries to be as shocking as possible, break all those taboos. It's quite the movie. It can be a little rough. I mean, it's one of those kind of movies, pushing the envelope as much as they possibly can. But unlike films like people like, Lloyd Kaufman and John Waters, they try to have fun as they revel in their offensiveness, but it just plays it straight. Horrors of Malformed Men. Interesting little film. Kind of odd. I'd like to read some of the stuff that this was based on, the guy that did that. Got more Arrow stuff on there too, all scattered throughout. Just most of these happen to be in the same spot, so I picked them all out. I found it. Irrational Fear. Absolutely loved this movie. This is 76 of 200. Oh, yeah. Slasher Studio teams up with LA Horror to bring you the most fearful movie of the year. LA Horror also did a Hole in the Wall. Irrational Fear tells the tale of six therapy patients brought together at a secluded cabin to confront their strangest fears. Later do they know that their fears are about to become a killer reality. I was totally impressed with this film. This and Manos Returns made definitely made going to that film festival really worth it. This really impressed me. I should still be able to get a DVD, but Blu-ray you might have to find a aftermarket, not aftermarket. You know what I mean. I can see the resemblance. Pills versus VHS, but otherwise, yeah, similar concept. I haven't seen this yet. I've got like 100 films in my collection I haven't seen yet, and I'm slowly pecking away. Like when I watched Luther Geek, that was like one of the first movies I watched in a while. I had to force myself to watch a movie. Otherwise, I'm doing all kinds of other things, whether it's like housework or stuff on YouTube. Here's another vinegar. Yeah, yeah. I'll show you. This is another Vinegar Syndrome slipcover that I forgot before. Night Beast. Not the greatest film in the world, but Section 3 Video Nasty, and the fact that music is by J.J. Abrams makes it a bit of a curiosity too. This is another Trauma distributed film originally. So is Don't Go Into the Woods, and I think Graduation Day was distributed by Trauma as well. Yeah, the falling you heard. I have this like precarious. I'll show you the setup quick. I'll move this. But you see that top row, and then I also have movies on that blackboard right there. So for that, until I get some bookends, I'm using these as bookends. So I got one volume on each side. I took them both off, so they just all went. I watched all of Volume 1. I only watched Dream No Evil for Volume 2. But these are cool sets, and I love the idea. I really hope they do more, because, I mean, to do it right, you almost have to do, like, one film from each state. Since that's kind of, that's kind of how it's starting out. So I hope they continue these, because these are cool. Yeah, like, for Volume 1, this is the most fun and entertaining. This is probably technically one of the best in the set, but Premonition is my favorite of the three. Genuino was pretty cool. And I gotta watch The Child, Section 3 Video Nasty. Contamination, which I have some of the soundtrack, because some of the same tunes in this film were originally from Beyond the Darkness, like Quiet Drops, which I think Quiet Drops is using like 3 different films. This one, Beyond the Darkness, and one of Bruno Mattei's zombie movies. I don't remember which one it was. It made it on the Video Nasty list. You'll probably be able to spark my memory, maybe. And I think right now this is the last of the arrows. I really want to get that Gamma Ray set. That looks great. The Gamma movies are fun, and I want them on Blu-ray. I got the Mill Creek of the Gamma, all the movies, the original and the new trilogy. I was hoping to like this movie. I mean, Del Toro, he's got some cool films, but I was let down by this. It's just one of the most generic ghost stories I've seen in a long time. I really wanted to like it, but just didn't do it for me. But it's still a cool set, though. Not gonna lie. I have a poster I forgot I had. I'm gonna have to hang this up sometime. Let's check it out, shall we? 3 likes. Woohoo! Thank you, everybody who's liking. They're sort of like lobby cards. So you use them like lithographs or whatever they are. And then some advertising for other Arrow films. I so wanted to like this film, but it's worth keeping for the set itself. It's a cool set. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of those sets that sometimes you get those sets that make you work to get your movie. Like you just can't open it now. You gotta open it. You gotta pull the tab and take these out, and then you can get to a disc. You just can't open it. Those are some of the best sets there are, though. Despite not liking the film, I'm so glad I got this. It is, a limited edition thing. And it does look cool on my shelf. But it's not Pan's Labyrinth or Chronos. Did I? What was the other? What was the other Del Toro film that Criterion released? Pan's Labyrinth, Chronos, Devil's Backbone. That's right, Devil's Backbone. Cool. I got my work cut out when I'm putting these back. I'm having fun though. Speaking of, you said poster time before, but I could bring some of the posters since recently, like 50% of them fell off the wall, so I just have a bunch of posters laying in a little pile that I gotta put back on the wall eventually. I tried to, but I just sort of gave up. So why not? I'll bring those. That'll be fun. We've got Slither. My Bloody Valentine. Insomnoid, Terror, Assault on Precinct 13, which I don't know where the Blu-ray went. I've been looking for a long time for the Blu-ray. I don't know where it went. I'm hoping I didn't accidentally throw it away, because there are some things that just vanished, and there was one time where I found Attack of the Killer Tomatoes sitting in the trash. It must have fallen off the shelf, and I happened to have the can right at the right spot, so I almost threw away Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I'm hoping that's not what happened to the other things I had. Like this, I had the steelbook of this. I can't find it. There's a few other things that are gone, like the Twilight Time edition of Scream and Scream Again. So there's a fun film. Big Trouble in Little China. Rushmore. Eraserhead. Oh yeah. Those are the ones I gotta put back up on the wall. The other ones managed to stay up, but those ones. Eraserhead was on a lot of time for a long time, but then it just decided to fall down, and then it wouldn't want to stay up. I tried putting it up a few times, and I'm gonna have to put some more tacky stuff on it. I'll get it eventually. I just gotta get motivated to try it again for the 50th time. So that's a small little project I got going on. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, it came with the indicator set. Let's look into this a little bit. I just kind of showed you the lobby cars, never really anything else. It's a cool little set. And it's the only film that I have that has that British rating on it. So, another import, just not German. Nice thick book. I used to have Big Trouble in Little China on DVD. Just talks about every one of the films in here. Bloody New Year. See, I had a couple of Big Trouble in Little China. I did have it on DVD. Then I got the Shout Factory Blu-ray. And then they came out with the Steelbook. And then I grabbed that, especially since I noticed that it came with that 40 pounds. Like, ooh, that's awesome. Add to my vinyl collection. Seminoid. And then, yeah, I'm waiting. They almost have to do it because they're doing it with every other cover film. But I am waiting for them to come out with a Steelbook of In the Mouth of Madness. They've got to. They're doing every other of his major films. I don't see why they wouldn't. Yeah, well, it talks about all five, one, two, three, yeah, all five of these films. So there's a lot to talk about. Terror. And also, the current cover art for In the Mouth of Madness looks terrible. So I'm waiting for something that looks better. Because like all the person that they do for the steelbooks, It's all cool art, all of them. Whether the ones I showed you, the Thing, the Fog, look cool. Prey. This is a pretty cool film. The sci-fi elements could have been totally out of there, and it would have just have been about these two lesbians that meet this really weird guy. But then they just had to throw in sci-fi elements for good measure. But I liked Prey quite a bit. It was of the Warren films I've seen, I'd have to say it's my favorite so far. But I'll have to really reserve my judgment until I see Inseminoid and Bloody New Year. We're starting over. Now they all got that British rating in the back. It's at least it's on the back because that's one of the things I hate about like VHS and DVDs in the UK. They have a tendency to have the rating right on the front, and it's an eyesore. It just doesn't make it look good. I mean, yeah, keep it on the back. That's fine. I like that. hmm Definitely, I agree. It's a cool little set. Where's the book? There's the book. I suppose. Let's make sure they're in the right order. 59. All right, we're good. I'm always attracted to things that have spine numbers. Ever since I discovered Criterion, I've noticed things that have spine numbers like this, and Arrow has them a little bit, but they're not as prominent as like this or Criterion. Yeah. Um, they did. I saw that set. Not really familiar with the film. Yeah, I didn't. They did some other things that other companies released too. It's escaping my mind. Yeah, I've never seen Scum, but I did see. I didn't see when they released that. They released it like right around the same time they did that. I think maybe a few months later. 3 hours. Whew, not stopping. Oh, I got so many films I gotta watch, and I don't even have. I have like some other movies that I brought over to my parents because sometimes I go over there and I like to watch movies with them, but I have to be very select to what kind of movies I watch because they're much more conservative than me, so they can get offended a little bit more. So I always have to screen the movies to make sure that it's a parent friendly. So like a lot of these I would never watch with them, but the ones that I do think they'll enjoy, I got over there, and then when I watch them, I bring them back here. So there's a selection of stuff that I don't have here, but this is most of my collection that little glimpse. It's most of what you've seen. So like the Universal horror stuff. I watched that with them. I gotta get that Blu-ray set of the Universal because I got them. I got the individual series, but it's thick. I think the Blu-ray will be a lot thinner. So right now, this is what Universal is like, and this isn't all of them. There's some more in there, but there's also the Mummy films, and yep, yeah, I screen my movies to make sure it's appropriate for them. So yeah, but they're in there, but I don't have the Mummy or Frankenstein or the Wolfman. But this here, it's this thick. I think the Blu-ray it's all one, so I think it'll be a lot thinner. Like it might be about this thick. I have the other things too. So yeah, this is another autograph I have. Killing of America. It's like Faces of Death with a political agenda. When I do upgrade to Blu-ray, I'm probably going to end up getting rid of this, even though it's a cool slipcover. It glows in the dark. It's tempting to keep something sometimes, but like I get like multi-feature sets to save room. Like that's the main reason why I got them. I upgraded Alfred Hitchcock to the Masterpiece Collection. I originally had the DVD, but I got this. Like this set. This is a cool looking set, all velvety, and it opens up like this. But it takes up so much room compared to this. And this contains North by Northwest, which is not present in here. So I get more movies and considerably less space. So that's one of the reasons That's the main reason why I started doing Blu-ray, because they're so much thinner than DVDs. It was like 2 Blu-rays take up the same amount as 1 DVD. It adds up. Yeah, if you go to Severin, you can get quite a bit of autograph stuff. Like you can also get autographs for like Dark Waters, I think, and Kathy's Curse, some other things. But they're like, to get the autograph, it's like an extra $25. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta show you one of my favorite autographs that I also got from Severin. Uh, Trouble with Harry is my favorite Hitchcock film. Entertainment music, entertainment music, cha 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 cha, woohoo, cha 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 cha, cha cha. Anyways, I should be finding it shortly. I know it's here. This is one of the worst things about having so many movies. Whenever I want to watch a specific film, it always takes me like 20 minutes. And then I find out I scanned over it like 6 times. Here we go. Barbara Steele. This was cool. Barbara Steele. I think might still be able to get some of these from Severin. Maybe. I don't know. But this was cool. Yeah, the autographs are about 25 extra dollars. Sometimes it just like a lot of times it's a lot of times they work. It's just a separate thing. So I got two of the same cover, just one has the autograph. Yeah, that was cool. It was neat to get this. I think that might be about it for autographs, unless I go through more of the pony stuff. For the most part, that's pretty much it. I got both of the Hemisphere box sets from Severin. This is 763 of 3,500. The Blood Island. This was one of the sets that you heard fall earlier. This is probably the loudest one. Otherwise, looks like only Bloodsuckers from Outer Space, and looks like maybe one other fell. But this was the bulk of it. Oh yeah, I was glad to get it. It's probably one of my favorite autographs. I like Barbara Steele. She's cool. But there are some autographs I will never be able to get. Like, I will never be able to get anything signed by Fulci. That's a shame. Herschel Gordon Lewis. And of like the big main horror guys that are the only one left is John Carpenter. Craven, Hooper, no longer with us. Damn, do they have a legacy. And they will always be with us because of their films. So that's cool. I almost probably could have gotten an autograph. Why can't I think of his name? He's a Canadian director. He did like My Winnipeg. He was doing a tour for that film, My Winnipeg, and he was going to do a question and answer. Who knows? Maybe I would have been able to get a Brand on the Brain, I think it is. I think released from the Criterion collection. So cool. Get an autographed Criterion. I gotta meet Terry Gilliam. Have him sign Brazil. Brazil is what introduced me to Criterion. Watched that film and I had to became an obsession of mine. Like that big black shelf, that's mostly Criterion. Spent so much money getting those fine numbers. It's worth it. The only bad Criterion movie, in my opinion, I've seen is Armageddon. Well, now they have Son of Godzilla out, so Armageddon's not alone anymore. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And well, the last one I know others have passed on since then, but the last one I remember is why can't I think of her? Mary Tyler Moore. She's the last one that I remember passing on. Although, no, I think Freddie Mercury went on later, but I don't remember when Bowie died. I think it was before Mary, if I recall. But yeah, we lose them all the time. I mean, they've been around a while, you know. Like It's amazing we still have Betty White. She's still kicking it. That's been amazing. Box set of Brazil, yeah. Yeah, when I bought the DVD of Brazil, I just got the small set, the vanilla edition, not the 3 disc set, but now I upgraded to Blu-ray, which it's essentially the same thing. There's some differences, like the booklet. I don't think it comes with the booklet, but otherwise all the special features are there, but so much less space is taken. Yeah, that box set for Cartoon was ridiculous. Like three in their own separate thing. Otherwise, normally they have everything like an inch thick at most. But and it didn't look as good as the vanilla set. It had kind of an ugliness to it. It was like that translucent slip cover thing that they were all housed in. Doesn't look quite as nice as the other sets, but it's cool. You get that other version, the TV version, and all that. Ah, keep hitting this thing. I hope it's not too loud when I bump that. I have these on, but I had it hooked up to the phone, so I'm not listening to what this is right now. So whenever I bump it, I hope it doesn't freak you out. Freaks me out because I'm afraid of freaking you out or anyone else that's going to be watching this. Hmm. Yeah, initially I had like thinking about like themes, like whenever I do live stream, talk about one specific thing, like doing steel books, and then like movies that I own that I don't actually like, although I'll probably still end up doing that. I'll say different things eventually, I'm sure. But now I feel like I'm going through my entire collection right now. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Like I do, like there are some films in here that I own that I absolutely loathe. They're mainly video nasties, and it's the only reason I keep them. It is cool. Seeing like that's one of the cool things. Like the Shelf Factory Blu-ray of The Burbs. It's awesome. Like it's one of my favorite films. I watched it so many times, I've mentioned before, but it comes with the work print, so it's like it's nowhere near as good as the finished product, but it's cool to see the evolution. And Criterion's Night of the Living Dead, that has a work print of Night of the Living Dead called Night of Anubis, I think it is. So that's never been seen before. A version you've never seen, and I don't. That's awesome. It's cool to have a work print. See the evolution of a film. And so there's different versions, like with like Blade Runner and Star Wars. But then you can see the evolution of a movie, like work prints, like The Birds and Night of the Living Dead. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it seems like when I would rent videos, it seems like the two I would rent the most were The Burbs and Gremlins. Those seem to be the two ones that drew me the most. Some of the other films I'd watch a lot, I had already owned, like uh, Never Ending Story. It wasn't a legitimate copy. It was recorded from TV, so it had uh, Never Ending Story 2, and then it had like the first quarter of like Lords of the Deep or something. It was one of those kind of environmental kind of films, like The Abyss or The Day the Earth Stood Still. I suppose it'd be closer to The Abyss since it takes place underwater and has that kind of same theme. Yeah, it's like Lords of the Deep or something. I ended up hunting it down to watch the full film, and it wasn't the greatest thing in the world. It wasn't as good as The Abyss. I guess James Cameron used to do some good films. Some of the stuff, newer stuff, I don't really care for. Like, I did not like Avatar, but and I find the Terminator films to be kind of overrated, in my opinion. I just never got into them. But like Aliens and The Abyss, there's good, intense stuff in there. Although Aliens of the ones I mentioned, I loved Aliens. That's great. But otherwise, Cameron, I don't know. I've never seen Titanic, but if I want to watch a Titanic movie, I'll watch The Night to Remember, and that'll be good enough for me, I think. Hmm, trying to think about what to talk about next. Well, this whole thing has generally been kind of a stream of conscience, just going from one thing to another, which is always fun. Hmm. Here we go. I haven't opened this yet. I've had this for a while. I just never opened it. I've seen the film, absolutely loved it. Mainly the beginning. I loved like the first few minutes, and I loved the last few minutes. Everything else in between it was all right, but the beginning and the end made it so I loved the movie. Yeah, let's see. I can't even remember what films I know I would have seen more, but the last movie I remember seeing with him was Catch Me If You Can. Otherwise, the other films of his that I would have seen, I slips my mind. There's probably I might even have a film that he's in here that I don't recall. There, saw me open Bay of Blood, the Kino. It'd be cool to have the Arrow edition, but I don't have a region-free Blu-ray player, so I had to stick with this, which it's not Arrow, nowhere near. Arrow would be so cool, but still, I got have a copy of it at least. Yeah, this is a pretty fun film. And it is interesting to see the clear inspiration that this would have on like the Friday the 13th movies, mainly two. Here's another thing I never opened. Evil Bong 420. That reminds me, I have a couple more autographs from like Charles Band and another guy that does full moon stuff. Don't remember his name. Twitch of the Death Nerd. Such a great title. I unintentionally opened this. That just kind of happened. I was going to open it on camera, but next thing I knew, the cellophane was on the floor. So, sorry, but now you see the after. That is so much bullshit. I mean, the spike, it's almost shot for shot. Yeah, I don't believe him for a second either. I think that's banned. I have somewhere Killjoy Psycho Circus around here. I haven't seen any of the Killjoy movies, so, but kind of ended up being a bundle because I did Indiegogo for this too. Same thing like I did with Dragon's Lair and Manos Returns. I'm not sure if my name will be on the credits for these movies or not. I'll have to find out. But I got quite a bit of goodies too. I got the autographs and I got the cereal box that comes with like it's like this weird combination of like Cookie Crisp and like cornflakes, but it comes with Ginger Dead Man versus Evil Bong as well. So that's this another autograph. Found some other things I haven't opened up yet, so might as well now. So French Connection, never seen this. Got it for $5 from Dollar General. Dollar General or Family Dollar, one of them. I think it was General. Because they seem to have a better selection of Blu-ray than Family Dollar does. Oops. Hate when that happens. So there's French Connection. Diary of the Dead. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. I'm not like the biggest fan of Full Moon, but I consider them to be like they're like an upper class trauma. You know, they're kind of like trauma, but they have more class. They're more sophisticated. They're not as lowbrow, but there's still some of the stuff is in the same vein, especially like Ginger Dead Man 2 was the last Full Moon film I watched, and that definitely gets some trauma vibes compared to some other things like the Puppet Master films, which are much classier. So, Diary of the Dead. So, my favorite film in this series is Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead is amazing. Hugo and Willy Wonka. Yeah, I can think about like if I were to get people to try to get them into like silent cinema, what would I have to do? And I think Hugo would be a good place to start since it revolves around silent cinema and it's a big part of it. It might help get people interested and then slowly get them like maybe eventually get them to watch Modern Times, which is talking and silent together as a fusion, and then go from there. Hugo was fun. I even read the book after it. Wonka. I also have a Charlie. It's a triple feature of Burton films, so it's got Beetlejuice, Charlie, and Corpse Bride. So I got both versions of that book, so that's kind of cool. Never got to finish Charlie. We got it from the library, and it was a bad copy, so we got to a certain point and it just wouldn't play, and then never got a chance to finish it. But I'll have to do it sometime. It wasn't terrible, but I've seen Willy Wonka so many times, it's hard to, you know. Yeah, one of my Empire Pictures. That's what Charles did before Full Moon. So some of those are good too. Although I haven't seen a whole lot. I've only seen like Troll and Tourist Trap. Tourist Trap is a pretty cool slasher movie. I'm sure I would have seen some other Empire. It is Empire, right? I gotta think about it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Empire, but I haven't seen a lot of those. I'm a bit more familiar with what Full Moon's done. And I've got some of their Grindhouse stuff. Another unboxing. Zambo, the Grindhouse. The only other Grindhouse I have is their Nazi exploitation box set. Because Beast and Heat. That piece of trash film. I'm probably gonna get rid of that set and upgrade the Blu-ray from is it Severin? 7 or Blue Underground. One of them. They got Beast and Heat on Blu-ray, which it's the only one I want. The other ones in the set, I have no desire for them since it doesn't have the historical significance that Beast and Heat has. Of course, not much to it, as you would expect from something like this. So that'll be something to check out. Never realized how many unopened DVDs and Blu-rays I have until now. I think I have more too. Baby Driver. Stick that. No, it's totally different. Let's see. Deep in the jungles of Central Africa, a lone figure moves swiftly through the trees. Often heard, sometimes seen, but never forgotten. The legend of Sambo is about to become real. In another life, he was framed for a murder he didn't commit and left in a rotten, filthy African prison, only to deftly escape into the wilderness. Friend to both man and animals, Zambo selflessly protects the African people from the oppressive forces of the outside world. As the legend of Zambo becomes too big to ignore, an expedition led by explorers Professor Woodward, Perkins, and Drawes presents Zambo the greatest fear. Discovery. With only his strength, wits, and helps of the jungle itself, Zambo is in the fight for his. I guess it does sound kind of like Rambo, doesn't it? It's from 1972. When did First Blood come out? Was that around the same time? But I guess it does sound kind of like it could be the same thing. Just a bit more with like a Tarzan vibe. Rambo meets Tarzan. That does kind of sound what this sounds like. Baby Driver. Haven't seen this yet, but so far, Edgar Wright hasn't done me wrong. I don't do action movies, but Edgar Wright hasn't done me wrong yet. The Cornetto trilogy, Scott Pilgrim, they're all fun films. Ooh, it's a vinyl. Any other unopened things? There might be. Here's Killjoy Psycho Circus I was talking about. Okay, so it's got Band and the other guy, I forget his name. I think it might be, yeah, John Chago's autograph right there. And this is also an opened. Okay, so then Sambo would have come quite a bit before then. So yeah, can't be a ripoff. Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch this. I'm going to have to force myself to watch the other Killjoy movies before getting into this. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This is so much different from like the books and whatnot, but that's one of the reasons why I like it. It's kind of helps it stand on its own. It's its own thing. And that's kind of how Hitchhikers has always been. From like the radio series to the video game, it all has its own different things to make each incarnation stand out. So the only thing I don't like about this film is the introduction to Ford Prefect. It's nowhere near as hilarious as what it was in the original novel. As basic as you can get. Dead of Winter. Some of these I have had for years. Like, this has been out a couple of years. I pre-ordered this. I never opened it yet. But I also bought a copy for my mom for Christmas. Well, you can't blame Sylvester because First Blood is based off of a novel, so you'd have to yell at the novelist that it's based off, that the film was based off of. So whoever wrote that, that's who you yell at. And Winter, of course, it's got the nice thing on the other side, as I come to expect from Shout Factory, just making your package a little bit better than the others. A Cheech and Chong double feature. Nice dreams and things are tough all over. I've got all the Cheech and Chong Stoner films. I don't have everything. Like, I don't have the Cohesion Brothers or whatever it is, or Yellowbeard. I've got their Stoner stuff. So here we go. Nice dreams and things are tough all over. And I think this is the final thing that I have not opened. Dial M for Murder, another Hitchcock. It would be cool to get the Blu-ray of this, with the 3D with it. I got the Blu-ray of House of Wax. That comes with the 3D version. Although I won't be able to watch it. I don't have 3D capabilities, but it'd still be cool to have. Try to watch it as close to as it would have been in the cinemas. When I was talking about 3D films and I was talking about that, so that was one I forgot. House of Wax. There's just something about this thing. It doesn't look legit. It has to be the real deal, but something's off about it. I don't know. Seems a little bit fuzzy than what it should be. It's gotta be, it's gotta be from Warner Brothers. It's been a while since I've seen this one. Yeah. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this mess I'm making. It's terrible. It's worth it, though. Yeah. Besides, it helps. Whatever's on the floor is something I know I looked at, so I don't have to worry about, like, wait, did I look at this already or not? I know. Oh, this is horrible. I've got some Severin titles too. I gotta watch these, see if they're worth upgrading to Blu-ray. It sounds like this might be. I don't know about this. I mean, it's Paul W.S. Anderson. I mean, what good movies has he done? Event Horizon? That's about it, right? I mean, nobody really cares about Alien versus Predator. But Death Race very much not either. Oh, yeah, definitely. Wait, never mind. This is open already. This is not open. Yeah, very basic. Yeah, it's definitely a big difference from what Severn's doing now. They're really outdoing themselves sometimes. Like with all their box sets that they're doing now, which I think Severn is doing like a halfway to Black Friday sale as well. They're jumping on the vinegar syncing trend, so I'll have to see what they're doing too. Actually, I'll bet. I'll bet we'll be able to find out what they're doing. Let's see. Let's start with vinegar syndrome. Okay. So, let's see. Here's Rad, Blood Games, The Severed Arm, The Immortalizer, Patty Hearst, L.A. Wars, Dr. Jekyll's Dungeons of Death, and looks like they got slipcovers for Night Train to Terror, which is something I own. Punk Vacation, Evils of the Night. I started watching Evils of the Night, never got to finish it. Psychic Killer. And the Scare Film Archives, Volume 1, from the American Genre Film Association, whatever it is. These, wow, are these all miniature slipcovers? What? I like to watch, okay, these are pre-orders I'm looking at. So I can pre-order Best Friends, Old Dracula, and it looks, is that a double feature or just an alternate title? Because they have it, I Like to Watch / Sonority Sweethearts. What are these miniature slipcovers? What's that? What? Why? Matchbox size slipcovers. Look at that. You can kind of see it. Why? Why? I don't. Here's Orgy of the Dead. Okay, whatever. Severin. Go. I'm not seeing anything about the halfway to Black Friday sale, but they got the complete Lindsay Baker Giallo collection for June pre-order. That comes with a bundle for $90. Otherwise, just the thing set itself is $78. Then The Strange Vice of Ms. Wrath, Horrors of Spider Island, Satan's Slave. Those are the two newest things that I wasn't aware of. Last thing I was aware of was when they did The Wind Blows and Al Adamson. It's the same Satan's Slave. Original Terrifying. Okay, it doesn't look like it's the Norman J. Warren Satan's Slave. Yeah, it's. Where is this from? Okay, it's an Asian thing, so it's from Asia. So it's not the Warren Satan's Slave. It's a different one, just with the same title. Yeah, right. Although they say it's Matchbox size, it would be kind of cool to have like a Orgy of the Dead Matchbox. Just pull out a match. Although you'd have to stick something on the side to strike it. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Why did they think that's a good idea? It's cheap. It's $8 for like 3 of them, looks like, but I don't get it. It's amusing though, that's for sure. Well, yeah, it's almost been 4 hours. I'm thinking maybe I should wrap this up. Save some of this stuff for later. But I had fun. I enjoyed it. I still have lots of things I can talk about and so much time. So, yeah, well, thank you for joining me. It was fun talking to you, and sure there'll be another time and whatnot. I wonder if Aaron's still streaming. Maybe I'll catch a little bit of his. Yeah, he's been streaming for an hour. He might be on yet. All right. Well, thanks for joining. I'll see you later. So take care, and as always, God bless you, brother. Almost 4 hours. Let's wait to the 4 hour mark. I've got about a minute left. About a minute to chill, to wind down, then probably want to maybe get some of this stuff off, look presentable for the next video I make, which will probably be shortly. I think I might review some cereal boxes or something. Yeah. 15 seconds. Stretch my back. Crack my neck. I needed that. Alrighty. There. That's it. Take care, everyone. I'll see you in the next one. You bet. I'm still working on some of the tweaking, like scheduling and whatnot. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I'll get it eventually, and then try to let people know in advance when I'm streaming instead of just going at it right away. I'll figure it out. Oh, where do I am? There, end stream. There you go. Goodbye, everyone. It's been fun. I enjoyed it a lot.